And that's why we do an audio check, because I always forget something. Okay, audio sounds good, which means we can get started. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. We are back into game development mode. We saved a replay, we loaded a replay, we verified the replay, we printed out everything in the replay so that we're sure that it's correct. And we have two different paths we can go down today. One is we can start playing back the replay, or we can use our replays to build high scores. So we can compare the results of different runs and evaluate high score possibilities. And the high scores piece kind of ties into the replay file management. We want to delete playbacks that are not a high score and not the latest one. So maybe that is a thing we will do today. We're on the file management side of things. Which means... well, it means lots of things. Drivest, welcome, welcome. I'm doing good today. So far, all is good. How are you doing? We looked up time zones. Looks to me like you're getting to bed about midnight most nights. Staying up late doing the web development things. So, I'm leaning towards doing high scores today and maybe tomorrow, depending on how long it takes. Because if I start down the playback road, there are so many different features we could add. I kind of want to start a week with that. So I'm leaning towards playback being next week. We can get high scores and replay file management all cleaned up. That's my loose plan for the day. I'm doing good as well. Exactly, I'm doing some more web development. Now this one's your own page, right? I think you said you were starting to do your own static web page, some blog stuff and projects. Oh, this is client work. Okay. Well, you got to pay those bills. Gotta pay the bills. Yep. Okay. Trying to think what goes where. Like I need a starting point. I need a point of leverage. Like opening a can of paint. You got to get your screwdriver under there somewhere and get started. Except instead of a circle, it's an unknown shape to this task. So I've got to think just a little bit about where to get started. So what I think I want to do is Highscores file. Maybe we do 3 files. So let's ask that question. 1 file or 1 or 3 files for marathon, sprint, and golf. Single file or 3 files? We want max 10 high scores per mode. Each high score, name, date, time, replay file, and whatever the result is. I'm leaning towards 3 files. Then I don't have to store the mode. Probably the easiest one to develop against is marathon mode. Let's see here, Orem. Game scene doesn't save, it's the play. It's valid playback. That bytes. Finalize. We're in record mode. Do all this stuff. We say complete, which means write it out. And this writes to a file. It doesn't. Let me think. Where did I put that file? Here somewhere. Active projects. Usually go to bed around midnight when I work from home office. I don't have any meetings planned early the next day. Works pretty good. Yeah, I'm more of a night owl myself. I mean, obviously, if somebody's paying me, I show up and work on time or early. But for me to switch to a morning routine, it takes a couple of months before my body starts to adjust and I'm not completely miserable when I wake up. like as soon as I have a week of vacation, the first 2 days, I adjust, and then the rest of my vacation, I'm up super late again. So my natural rhythm has always been late at night. Yeah, early morning client meetings are the worst. The worst. Early morning meetings. I was working for a place on the East Coast. It's 3 hours time difference. And the morning meetings, sometimes I'd have to get up 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning. Usually they weren't too bad, 6 o'clock, but it's just too early for me to want to deal with it. So who's writing? Oops, not that. Who's writing latest replay? When to complete. Okay. So there's kind of an intersection here of when I save a replay, I need to see if it meets any of the high score criteria, and then clean up unused replays before we overwrite the old latest file. So it's kind of an intersection of replay and high scores that has to happen basically right here. Like before we write this file out, we should look up the latest one. Let's write up some thoughts here. To do. We need to check old, latest, replay, text file, or last, or previous replay. If previous replay is not in high scores, delete it. Delete the file. Then so that's one thing we can do. The other thing we can do is so the trick here is, replay and high scores are going to overlap a bit. We could here update high scores with latest replay. So in other words, we check our game mode, load that list of high scores, then compare our current result against those high scores, delete any file that was bumped off the list, add this file in if it meets the criteria. That feels more like high score management. The update high scores is itself kind of a large-ish task. I'm going to load that high scores file somewhere else. I probably want a high scores class. But then replay and high scores both need to be aware of each other. Hmm. Just doing a little bit of planning, see if we can save ourselves a bit of work. Player name. The date, time, so we don't have to, so the date, time, and result are basically so we don't have to open the replay file every time we look this stuff up. It's already in, doesn't have to be anything more complicated than reading the high score file. So I think 3 files, 1 for each mode. 10 high scores per mode. High score, planning, date, time, result, replay file. I think that's it. So let's go ahead and just whip up a quick high score. A high score entry. Well, we'll make it easier to distinguish the singular high score from the high score manager, the high scores. Maybe it's high score manager. Let's start with this. High score entry. So we need C time, because date time is going to be a time T date or timestamp. Player name, easy, const charge star. It doesn't have to be const, that's fine. Result. We are doing that in int32t, so we need a actually standard integer. Let's get rid of C time. Let's just deal with this in. These are signed integers, 64-bit. Um, Replay has a file name. Do we want to get the game mode for the entry? Let me think about that. If I want to store the mode, or do we just rely on the fact that we've stored it in the correct file to do the job? Probably not. Just let the files take care of it. Let's not overthink this. Okay. Therefore, we need getters for all this. Const char star player replay file. Timestamp. Timestamp string. We'll go ahead and give it a method for that. This is something we want to do semi-regularly. then the result. So we have getters for all of that. Then what? So result depends on the mode. If it's a golf mode, it's literally just the number of words you got correct. If you are in sprint mode, it's the time in milliseconds to guess the sixth word. And in golf mode, it's the total number of guesses it took you to deduce 9 words in a row. So that's that. Let's see. So high score entry, we could create this 2 different ways, I think. On replay, or a thing that becomes charge star what? Line record. And we don't actually want these as constructors. I'm just going to call this init. Or init. So a high score is going to be, we're going to have an array of 10 high score entries. So bool m underscore valid. If it's not initialized, it's not valid. What else? So for parsing a string, we'll need C string or C standard IO. I'm trying to remember where scanf lives. One of those two. It's in standard IO. Yeah. Okay. Or yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. A couple of things we will want to do is some comparisons. I don't think we want assignment operator yet. Or equivalency. Those could be 2 different questions. So this less than would be, is this result better than the other guy's result? And if they're the same result, who has the earlier timestamp? Like that's what less than is going to test. But equals could test against the replay file name. So when we're saying, does this high score entry already exist? we're literally just checking replay file name. And if we're testing greater than less than, it's literally these two. Which means that our comparison operators that we're implementing have two different semantic meanings, which is kind of non-mathematical, so maybe we don't want to do operator overloading. It is convenient, but let's do it this way. Static bool is better. Const height or entry and A. So is A better than B? Then equivalence can test, are we the same replay file? So that's what breaks this up semantically. I do like operator less than, but S then has no relation to this equivalency check. I think that's correct. All right. I think that's most of what a high score entry needs. We could do. Yeah, let's not worry about that. This is a good start. We can break things up, change them around, move them around as we need to. I don't want to overthink it either. We need to get some work done. Let's move the static one to the bottom. Not for any particular reason, just. Okay, so we're going to search for parentheses, search backwards for the space, for backward, namespace it, center F4. There we go. And we do not need static here. Okay, then initialization happens here. It looks something like this. Okay, strings are null. Timestamp 0. Result is 0, and whether we're valid or not is false until we successfully initialize off of one of these other things. Okay, player name. Player name underscore player name, that's easy. Turn the replay file. This one's not so much. We will come back to that. We have code that already does this, so. There we go. Those are mostly done. Equivalence return. Let's see here. Oof. If first we have to be valid, and other has to be valid before we can do a valid comparison. If we are both valid, result equals strconf underscore replay file and other dot underscore replay file equals 0. which we could simplify if we wanted to, but that's actually good enough. They both have to be valid. Let me start out. Is better. Let's just stub this out. We're just going to say false return result. We're going to stop there. Timestamp string. We know we did this in game scene of time f. What's it called? Actually, we have y, right? That's not in there. Okay. Must be in replay. Where did I put it? Oh, it's modulus y. Okay. I bet that's what it was. This one. So if we have a time, we basically do this. Declare time info. Oh, right here. Did we ever delete TM? We did not. You know what? We don't have to. We can do this better. No, let's do it that way, I guess. Local time wants to return a new instance. So we delete time info. It's new. One thing we should do is assert that we are valid in most of these cases. Assert m_valid. Doesn't make sense to call this if we're not going to be in a valid state. This will cost us nothing in the release build. Okay. Now, result, strf time times. Actually, we know exactly how many digits this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So it really is 20 digits. This is a fixed width. And we will go ahead and do that. Because we put it in this order, we can do a str compare to get our date comparison if we really care. Return result. Get our time info, print it, delete our time info, return the result. Okay. Anything else we really need? Okay, so we need a function called clear. Because we're going to do that in a couple of different places. Clear. our destructor will clear itself, and when we init, we'll clear ourselves. So we don't get dangling data from here. And this is basically the clear function. Oops. Except if underscore clear name is not equal to null, clear name gets deleted, and that happens. Underscore replay file is not equal to null. There, that's basically it. Which leaves us with the is better check. This depends on what mode we're in. In marathon mode, we want to check greater than, less than. Now we want to check if our score is higher. If we are in total guesses, we want a lower number. If we want times, we want a lower number. So we do need to know the mode. Maybe we need a context. Play mode, marathon, sprint, or golf. I think we do it like this. Because is better does care. If a dot m underscore result tells you if you should assert a dot m underscore mode equals b dot m underscore mode, then switch a dot m underscore mode game context play mode marathon Context play mode. In context play mode. Marathon, sprint, and golf mode. A.M_result equals B.M_result. Do one thing, otherwise we do this thing. We've already got to do special stuff. If the results are the same, then the one that's earliest is better. Equals A.M_timestamp less than B.timestamp. So if the results are equal, take the earliest one. Otherwise, result equals A.M_result. In marathon mode, we want a bigger result. B.M_result. In sprinting call, we want low time or low number of guesses. So that actually is fairly straightforward. Then return the result. I think that's about it. Am I missing anything? Probably the init functions are left to do. This one I remember we changed to const jar star play replay file. All right, so let's add this to our make file. Replay. Highscore entry. Then we just try it. Clean and debug. Oops. Did I not save my changes here? All right, full clean and build. Okay. So I think when where to test, we can load this up in the sandbox. It's not a bad place to put it. I agree. Play mode. Go. Unused parameter record. Oh yeah, no, we need those for unused parameters. That's fine. 1, 2, 3 of those. And this one. Same thing. Play mode. Okay, so high score entry is compiling. May not be correct, but it's compiling. Then we can test that in the sandbox. So let's go take a quick restroom break. Then wire up some testing. I am muted. Shoot. Thank you. I don't think we missed anything too important so far. Basically just laying out the replay, the testing, and home high score testing that we're going to do in Sandbox. But that is unfortunate. I forgot to unmute myself. Yep. So thank you for pointing that out. Always good to get back on the right track there. Why, oh why? Where's my font? Scale versus height. I don't remember. 24. It doesn't matter. Underscore button back dot set font size. Big font. Yeah, one of these days we're gonna come back and clean out all this, but it's good enough for now. Font size big. What's the test? Okay. Let's just see where we're at here. Clearly not done. Because I can't type. Yeah, set font size. And set text size. What? Okay. And we build it again. Oh, let's see here. We gotta go up to Sleuth, source, build, debug, Sleuth. Go to the sandbox, where we can type in a thing. Underscore, numbers, hyphens, dot. Okay, so all the characters I need are done there. And the test button did a thing. Okay, not bad. Let's set alignment. Let's go with text. I think it's vertical alignment first. H alignment, centered as well. Okay. I don't remember if this is a thing anymore. Dude, we get text. Works, so it's not a reference we have to own. Which means we're just about at the point of refactoring main menu out into replay for a certain piece of information. Run sandbox. And it printed out to the console, so we're good. Okay. In main menu, we get latest replay here. And I think what I want is to put this into replay as a static thing we can do. Static star get latest replay file name. Okay. Turn the result. Then we steal some of this stuff out of here. We get that. If it exists, we open it, read the stuff, and basically this sort of. So we get our app file name. Ask if it exists. That's fine. Actually, this is now replay, get latest, replay file name. Seek the end, get a buffer, count things, assert things. If the file that we read out does exist, then our result equals our buffer. Otherwise, it just stays as null. Delete temporary return result. Go back to main menu scene. Boom. Temp underscore last replay file equals replay get latest replay file name. Temp underscore last. That's here. We can actually simplify quite a lot. Equals last replay file not equal to the old pointer. And that all goes away. Basically, I think that's it. Which means in our sandbox, when we initialize, we can say f_text replay name.set text equal to replay get latest replay file name. That should work either way. Although it's a very long file name, so that's probably not going to look great. Yeah. I just want to get from the / to the dot. But that is pretty close. Okay. Not bad, not bad. We do this in game scene replay. This one, temp. From the replay timestamp. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay. Do I want to load it? Kind of don't. Pat, what's up? I'm good, I'm good. How are you doing? Well, step one, we can just reload the replay, right? Play init. Replay mode. Playback. Replay.load. Put in a file, which is this file, which we actually own. Char star replay file name equals this. Replay file name. Delete. Replay file name. Okay. Set text replay dot timestamp. Okay. And we have a replay to play with. We can store up somewhere if we feel like it. Do we feel like it? We might as well underscore replay. Then we do run test. Oh, run test. There we go. All right, let's see how far that gets us. Oops. M underscore. Star. Let's hear. Just call this temp. Temp equals this timestamp, which we also have to delete. Just mowed the grass, enjoyed the weather a bit. Yeah, I always like the smell of fresh cut grass. It's calming, it's soothing. It's one of those monotonous physical tasks that just relaxes you. AI is an idiot. Yes. Truth has been spoken. Just grabbed a PR commit that someone pushed to this SMW repo that fixes the input lag caused by vsync. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yes, vsync can be a problem. Okay, sandbox. There, that looks like a timestamp. Uh-oh, what happened there? Did it not put a null character at the end of that? I thought we went down this road already. Result, the end gets a null character. It's always 20. Search bar backwards to /. Let me set the 20th character to 0. And copy 19 characters. It's only a noticeable input lag when you play the stuff I play. The casual gamer wouldn't notice any difference if you were just platforming normally like a normal human. Yeah, that's me. I see sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I dropped a packet there or frame loss there. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Never heard of it. Never seen it. Looks smooth to me. But yeah, once you play to that level, it is different. Why is Control D in there? Huh. Okay, why don't we do this? already kept. I'm going to copy. And we'll do that. It's being overwritten. Really? Huh. So what happened to my back button? Very puzzling. Yeah, even when my controller gives me a dropped input, I can immediately tell I'm like instantly getting out a spare rubber for the controller board. Yeah. Yep. Can't afford any disadvantage when you're at the top levels. What is going on with that text? Well, well, well. Text edit. Control D. I think that's ASCII 10, isn't it? Let's see. Control D, end of transmission. See, that doesn't even make sense. That's a 4. End of text, start of text, start of heading. Inquiry, knowledge. I like to acknowledge and negative acknowledge are not next to each other. 15 and 6. 21. End of medium, jeez. Substitute, escape, file separator, group separator, record separator. Unit separator, very cute. Okay, so Control D is end of transmission. Oh. So text edit. Set text. Modify our text. Let's just try it. Oop, oh. Log note. Text edit dot modify text. I'm not doing this, but somebody somewhere is doing something strange to my string. Sandbox. So what am I doing? We may not have. We're gonna build it. But isn't making it to modify text? Oh, I guess it could be this one. Okay, sandbox. Control user. Where did my back button go? I have two issues here. Set tooltip, set callback, render it, do layout, positions it, do layout is called. Oh, angle, frame width minus button height, etc. Y puts it at frame height minus XY width height. Is it not enabled? Okay, well anyways, either way, modify text 2. Which is this one. So you see those two calls coming exactly the same. So where's that control B coming from? Same both of them. Where's back? It's there from the beginning. So I guess not surprising. This should be easier. So therefore, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 characters. So where's this control D coming from? That should be a null character. Timestamp. Let's just cheat on this then. Doing this somewhere. Get our time info. underscore start time. Timestamp is 20. 20. Turn result. Oh, there it is. It's all better. Oh, still doesn't render out correctly. One, 20. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19. Okay. Oh, that just worked. I set 3 no-op instructions with the hex editor in this Super Mario World ROM to see if the port accepted assembly changes, and bam. Infinite lives. Now you can practice all day long. Huh. Interesting. I guess we go 21. That seems a little odd. Infinite practice. It's that rendering. Huh. I don't really want to go down that road. I don't think I will. It seems to be much simpler. Oops. Not that line. Everything but that line. Okay. Next edit. Yeah, test number one with any kind of bit hacking in a hex editor is just getting it to fire once. Once you have like end to end, that's when you start making real progress. Anyways, so sandbox. What we need to do is test. So we're going to do testing of the file. Pretty sure replay.load clears itself. It deletes the old playback. Sets the file name. Yeah. So this should be fine if I load over previous load. So in the main menu scene, I want something like this. Get app file name of modulus as dot s word sleuth replay. Well, let's make a thing for our own convenience. Static const char star extension. So we just all use it. Play. USR. There we go. Now sandbox scene. Okay. Now replay.load temp. One thing I want to do, replay.load. Validate? Is it validate? Let's just put that inside of a log function. Validate. Oh. Ugh, okay. Let's I get things in my validate that I don't get when I'm logging. Yeah, that's fine. Except offset would be a nice thing to have. Okay. Whatever. Let's go back to sandbox. So replay load. This test. We want to know. Oops. Oh, 2 replays. Replay 1, replay 2. A and B. Okay. Because we need two. Need two. A and B. A and B. So I was going to load replay A. B. Name B.text. Okay. Now, getting 2 replays. Oh, there's back. Come on. What is going on? Test. Test and back. What is this thing doing? Play test. Update. We got render. Only touches the back button. This one. Maybe we need to do a clean and build. Oh, maybe that's it. We change the number of things we're storing. Okay. So basically, we're going to load 2 replays. And then compare them. In various ways, except the high score entry doesn't have an initialize yet, but it will. There's all my buttons. Phew. Okay, so if we get a different one, 2024-09-03- not space. Oh. Okay, we have some modifications to do, but we'll get there. At 17. $21.42. Test, and that should crash. And that is fine. Just making sure I know which one that is. 78. When we say loaded, it better be in playback. So yeah, okay, so that's the thing. The other thing we have to do is you have to sanitize this a little bit. Oh, your star. Temp, whatever. 1024 bytes is fine. Stir copy. This thing. Temp. Or let's see here. Stamp. as well, but not yet. Or our pointer C in timestamp. C is not at the okay. At the end of string. Advance our character. If character equals a colon, character equals a hyphen, else if it's in a space, then it becomes an underscore. Timestamp. Timestamp. Loader timestamp. Okay. Oops, full clean. That's fine. Doesn't hurt to try it. So, just doing some testing on our replay and Highscores systems. Highscore system is not very well fleshed out yet, but it's coming. So the two intersect when it comes to deciding which replay files to keep around. Yes, thank you. I know what that is. You can't make a comparison of a pointer and an integer. That makes sense. Oh, full clean again. Shoot. Okay. Re-declaration. Yep. All right. Okay, so it's a 2024 -09-03 space 17:21:42 test. Okay. Testing those two files. Loading A, which read all of this stuff, and it seems to have worked. Loading B. So the CRC result is different because the start and end times are different. Yeah, they started very close, but they are different. Otherwise, they are the same. So, those are not very interesting replays. play mode 1, that was a sprint. So total time, so our result, game result should be 0. Yeah. Phew, okay. You know what we might as well do? Might as well load up both of them. Oh, not that one. I meant this one. And clean up. Progress. Yes, progress. We love progress. Sandbox. So let's see here, 21. Let's do 2027. Test. Very similar, different timestamp. Therefore, different CRC. Okay. So we gotta load 2 files, easy peasy. What we were gonna test was the Highscore entry, where if we pass in a replay file, it would load the replay. Yeah. So it's in sandbox. We don't need these. Replay will clean itself up. Okay, so we get a file name. Now what we want is a Highscore thing. So Highscore entry dot. That's about. Yeah, sure. Initialize with a replay file name. Highscore entry HSA dot hit given dot temp. HSB Highscore B. Yeah, thought we had. Okay, sandbox. I said 2027. Alright, I kind of want that to go away. So let's put a global. File does not exist. Make the directory. Okay, one thing to go away. Loading B, okay. Let it save the sandbox. Yeah. So, Highscores, let's see. It replay load playback. Replay.load replay file. Okay. Sandbox test. Okay, it did load them. I still really want this stuff mod. So I don't have to see it unless I want to. Events. I would like to keep the event count, and I'd like to keep the event offset. Wait, we'll make those consistent as well, huh? We really should. But that kind of wasn't the point. The point is, I want event count, event offset. After game result of something, so I need a place to put it. No, it makes more sense there. So game result. Event count will be captured after all validations. Event offset equals, I guess just call it the offset on top there, isn't it? event offset is after the header plus the preset rejects. So that should be good. Which means most of this can come up into logging. All this. I need quite a bit of cleanup actually, but the ideas are all here. Okay, we really don't care about the magic number. Check that. Start time. M_ start time. Which we could actually get with timestamp. Except jar temp equals timestamp. Temp. End time, I don't care right now. Event count M. Game result is whatever. CRC. That was called M_ game result. Content. Play mode name. Play state. Game mode. Use animations. Set rejects. Preset rejects is a string, event count, etc. Events. Event count. Okay, then scan time is not quite the same. So we need to go find scan, wherever that's defined here. We're going to change what it means here. Not here. Here. We do not care about these things. We are not checking last time. We don't need last time. Time and opcode. So what scan actually is going to do for us. Oh, yeah, lim copy into time opcode A, B, and C is fine. Yes. We're not doing CRCs here. Notes, these should be fine. That's basically the log. I care about the index. Well, we don't care about events found, do we? Yeah, let's simplify this. Search for modulus 03D dot space. Delete events found. Like delete events found. Now F4, just get the timestamps. Okay, so now when we load a replay, it should be silent, except in Highscore, where we log it. Play log. Bool all propose. We don't always want the full list of events. Then bool propose equals false. Okay, Highscore entry. We're log the short version. I figure probably ought to log the entry, the replay. What did I change there? Oh, did I not save it? No. Double pasted, always fun. Context, so we have capitalization issue. Replay is going to complain all about this play mode. Game state play mode. You are correct. Seconds. Oh. Okay. Seconds equals time divided by 1,000. Milliseconds equals time modulus 1,000. Oh, millisecond. Huh? Okay, fine. Okay. Sort of thought we had done this, but that's okay. Use parameter verbose. If verbose. Right now, in validate. Logging errors is fine. However, this logging is not acceptable. Log error or replay.load or .validate. Select random word off code. Should not be here. Period. Done. Valid return. We set sec time last time. Play mode. So game state. So that's the trick we did. So play mode index, just game context, play mode, play mode index. And play mode equals this thing. That's the play mode index. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. So in theory now, loading these files should not print a whole bunch of stuff. I'm gonna say 2720. Boom. Okay, loading A, loading B. So we can take those out because we get the full file name, we get the byte size, start time, and event count losing to play mode is not correct. The game state is okay, so that now play. Oh, obviously that. Sandbox. Test. Replay whenever. Yes. Okay. So that's much better. But, let's go ahead and just take a quick peek here. Make it verbose. Since we're in this area anyways. Events. There are two of them. Blah blah blah. Have a different seed, so that's good. Okay. So replay now has at least log capability. Oh, not interested in that. High score entry. Where are we at? 230. Good heavens. Factoring replays has been fun, but maybe it's time for a snack run. Snack run time. Oh. High score entry it actually needs more information. Oh, does it? Oh, no. All right, I think it's time for snack run. Snack run. Okay. Oh, GTL, you showed up. Today is good. Today is good. Over the last couple days, we were working on saving the user actions for replay and then reading those back in. And today we're going to use those replays to start building up high score records. So that's the plan. Today I am good. And how is your first day of freedom? Actually, I was down at City Hall talking to the city clerk, and she knew it was your last day yesterday as well. And she's like, I don't blame him. Well, good, good. I'm glad. Glad it feels good so far. Okay, so what do we care about here? Loading the file, that's fine. We can log it if we want. Clarity will not be set. Okay. So we can start copy into underscore replay file name. Replay file from replay dot replay had a file name. I don't. Do file name. Underscore file name. Underscore file name. Oh, we did that. We do that here after all of the validations complete. So we have it. So we can do this. It's tough saying goodbye to a couple of folks, but not the job. Yeah, that's usually the case. Usually the case. You've already got some contract work lined up, I hear. Player name is not going to matter. We're going to get a timestamp, so equals replay dot start time, I believe. The result replay dot result. m_mode equals replay dot. I don't remember what I called it. Game state play mode. State equals replay dot game state. Nothing right away. Good. You should take a little time, relax, a little vacation. Actually, we're going camping next weekend, so that's always a good start. Did you ever settle on a date? Yeah, take a week or two, get some things done, relax a little bit. Always good to have a little bit time in between. Okay, so Highscore entry, if we tell it, here's your replay file name, it'll load up the replay, grab the few pieces of information we need out of it, and be good to go. Next weekend confirmed, waiting for word from list regarding days off. Okay, cool. Good. Okay. Play initialize, hit in playback mode, we load a file. As long as the file was valid. All of that looks okay. Okay, so let's go back to Sandbox. We loaded 2 Highscore entries. What do we want to know? We want to know we'll be able to ask Boolean, is this a candidate, a valid candidate? Game state equals game context play state win. You cannot get a high score if you didn't win. So both of these should lie and say that they are, well, they're both losses. Let's do another thing. Let's add a log function for this. Because why not? Always good to verify what you're getting. After is better. Yep. Okay. So we need to log those things. Okay. Well, JTL, with all of your time off now, I'll expect you in my chat more often. I'm just joking. Your day does not have to revolve around my streaming, but if you like fire it up, load up the tab, then walk away and do whatever you want, that would help drive up my fake numbers. Let's see here. I need to get... That's not relevant at all, but that's okay. I want this. Let's see here. Analytics. Overview. I need to average 3 viewers over the last month. And right now I'm at 2.75. I need 1 more quarter of a viewer. Yeah, Big Brother's a pain. I agree. But I'm just joking. You don't have to like go out of your way or anything. Okay, so where was I? Short attention spans are a bane. Okay. Note. Player. That will definitely be a null. Note. File. Note. Time. We're going to use our timestamp string function here. Result. It's already planning on it. Much too kind, much too kind. Let's see, game context. Play mode. State. State name of the state. Is a valid replay. Is this a candidate? So this should be null. The first line is candidate. Okay, let's go to sandbox. We want to hsa.log and hsb.log just to see what we're getting. I know that's not going to happen. Oh, well, not the replay file, but is the replay valid? Game state not declared, which probably means it's called play state. Maybe I just called it state. There we go. Problem with consistency. When we run it, go to our sandbox. 720, oops. Test, and it breaks. Just check real quick, sure that it is. Seven 20. Oh, okay, let's play this. String copy segfault. I scored entry init given a replay file. I score entry 936. Oh. Okay. That was not one of the ones where I declared it statically. Play.name. Replay file. New characters. And plus one. Phew. So what are you going to do on your first day off, JTL? So many options, so much freedom. Oh, interesting. I knew the player was null. This did load up a file. The timestamp came in fine. Result. This is a sprint mode. We had 0 time. This was a lose. This is a valid replay. And no, this is not a candidate for high scores. This one died. Back to the debugger. 2720. Test. I'm blowing up my heap somewhere. Highscore entry log. $66. Do I not need to delete it? Maybe not. Next couple of days, we'll do some C programming and some web work, refreshing software ideas. Yep. Good plan. I have a list of to-do items for myself as well that are coming up soonish. I've got to make my own LLC bank account website. So I'm going to be in the same boat here shortly. I would like to get a bit more of this stuff done before I dive too deep into this yet. But I also can't wait too long. The lead time on the LLC paperwork all to come in so you can set up the bank account. There's a bit of a lead time there, so I know what you mean. Although, Drevest in my chat from Sweden, he does web development. 2 weeks? Okay. That's not too bad. 2-week lead time. Get your EIN by 2 weeks. I don't remember what it was the last time I filed for one. 2 weeks sounds about right. Okay, so what was I doing? I guess I don't delete time info. So I was looking up local time. There's my favorite reference web page. Okay. The returned value points to an internal object whose validity or value may be altered by any subsequent call. So, I need to not delete time info. So let's do this. Search for that -- exclude depths. Highscore entry and replay. Local time. I should not be deleting local time. Okay. Yes, web dev. Yeah, he's in Sweden, so he stays up till midnight just to watch my stream. I'm joking. I know it's not just for my stream, but I have listened to many streamers over the years as I coded, so I know what it's like. Okay, now we should be able to run this again. 27, 20. Oops. Hey, there it goes. It didn't crash even. So this is what our Highscore entry looks like. We know what replay file we used. We know what time they started. The result was 0 time, which is very impressive for a sprint. But we did both lose. They're not candidates. Okay. So, what do I want to do from here? We're loading up the Highscore entries one way. I think we will save our high score files as binary, because this is an 8-byte number, so we can save ourselves all these bits. Result is a 32-bit number, so that's 8 characters instead of potentially, well, it's in a millisecond, so a bit. Mode is 1 byte, state is 1 byte. Valid and candidate are derived. So the only real strings we store are this one and eventually the player name. So I think that's how we're going to store our high scores. Okay, so let's do a little bit more in Sandbox. I'm going to hardwire high score entry is candidate. We can't compare unless they're both candidates. So we are going to do not commit this. We're going to return true no matter what. Means I don't have to play multiple winning games. Oh, come on. Okay. Sandbox scene, sure, we can save that. Oh, come on, stop it. What are you doing? I don't understand. Okay. Log note. Just a, I don't know, let's see here. Same. HSA equals HSB question mark, yes or no. Better. The high score entry is better. HSA and HSB. A is better than that, otherwise B is. If we compare the same file, it'll say they are equivalent, and it will say that B is better. Except I didn't set up the logging correctly. So close. They are the same file, and B is better. They're not the same, and B is better, or A is better, which is correct. The results are the same. They both finish the game in 0 time. But entry A is older. It happened first, so this replay is better. Okay. Where even was I? in. But we have more things. We have the timestamp, replay file, layer name, result. We have the mode, but in a high score entry, it's almost always derived from where we called it from. So what we need to do is read in a binary file which contains timestamp, result, player name, replay name, mode, and state. We don't actually have to read in the state. We know because we're reading it from a high score file. Let's go do this. If this is valid, mode equals mode, state equals open, and infer that only if everything is valid. Meanwhile, bytes consumed. We're going to consume 4 and 8 bytes. So underscore timestamp equals our record plus bytes consumed. Let's sure. We're going to cast as an int64t pointer. Take the contents of that. Then we will consume 4 bytes. Not 8 bytes. Oh, this could have memory alignment issues. Do I have to use memcopy again? All right, memcopy into timestamp. No, we already have a thing for this. Where are we doing this? We're doing scan in replay, load, scan on validate, scan. Boom, right there. Except instead of offset, it will be bytes consumed. Yeah, we can go offset, that's fine. Therefore, we can scan image towards timestamp. It is not playback, it is our record. So if anybody has any questions about what we're doing, just let me know. Scan result. What else? We should get a player name next. Sterlin span of our record plus our offset. Player name equals new character array of length +1. Stir copy record plus offset into and then just player name. Offset plus equals len plus 1. And basically the same thing again here. We want to make this into a special thing. So player name and what was the other thing we needed? I'm just going to replay file. Let's see. Destination record offset plus equals 9 plus 1 semicolon. And that. So maybe we can do this. Scan string underscore player name. There, if all of that works. It might be good to go. Or testing. Reading through a binary file, we need to return how many bytes we consume, so the next record starts where we move to. So I think that's it for Highscore entry init. Let's go to sandbox. Do we want to make up one? Down to the crumbs of that one. Or do we just want to hack together a string for testing? Temp A. Temp B. So in this case, we said we were reading the timestamp first, so 2 bytes, 4 bytes, 8 bytes of timestamp. Then the result is 4 bytes. Then we have player name. So Harvey \0. Then we have file name, which is f.wsrp \123. Think that. Let me just remove this spaces, but first Q Harvey and someone else. Let's see here. Max. Sure. Max can have a 1. Result of 1. Okay, now HSA dot init given temp a game content play mode. I'm going to call this one golf. Just B temp B. Okay, let's see what that does. Sandbox 27, 20, test. Okay, so high score entry, no player, no file. Uh-oh. It's golf, so that's good. Result is 0, result is 0. Well, State was a win by implication. Mode is golf, which we set. Result 0. No player, no file. The time looks about right. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Oh, well, here's an idea. 2, 3, 4. This one can be at second number 1. Name it, then file. I think that should work. Sandbox test. Okay, so the timestamp's coming in okay. That's at 1. This is at 0. The result is not coming in okay. Result, player file. Hmm. Let's see how many bytes we get. "26 bytes, 23 bytes. Timestamp, but not a result. Player or file. Alright, Javest. Get some good rest. Ah, you have a meeting tomorrow. Okay, that's good. Give you a little time to set up for your day. Good luck with your meeting. See you tomorrow. Okay, so I have two options, kind of. I do believe the timestamp is fine. That should be a number, though. So what do I want to do about it? Yep, get some rest. Get some rest. I don't think that's the issue at all, but, you know. Where did that result go? What's going on here? Why that memory's not being copied? Scanning timestamp, result, player name, and file. Yet our results are 0. We have no player or file name. Out of snacks. So what does that mean? I redeclared these locally. Good heavens, who would do such a thing? These are only here to remind me the names of my own fields. Oh. I shadowed them. Why is my compiler not telling me I'm shadowing my own variables? Yeesh. Warnings, everything extra. Yeah. 1 result, 0 results. There's a file name, it's different. File name. Okay, good. Whew. I thought compilers were supposed to catch that sort of thing. These are not the same file. That's correct, because that's an F and that's a Q. And A is better because it has a lower result. Now, if we changed it so it had the same result, so that this one here is actually a 0. Well, we can make it 1 and 1. Then the more recent one, the older one, so Q should be B should be the better one in this case. Okay. Sandbox test. B is better, unlike above where it was A was better because it had one smaller result. B is better because it's older. Both have 1 result. Okay. Yeah, so everything's working as expected. Good. Good, good. So that means we can parse a high score entry from a file, even though we haven't actually written that file yet. Now, high score manager. This is where it starts getting more interwoven. High score manager has to high score manager have to know about replay? Or does replay have to know about high score manager? Because they both care about each other. Let's save our work where it is. Let's go to journal. Let's write this in here. Okay. High score design. High score entry implemented mostly. No generate does not write to file. Does not write out yet. Testing in sandbox. Also replay has log function. Okay. Let's save our work when the power goes out or something stupid. We'll lose everything. High score entry initial implementation testing in sandbox. Okay. So who goes where? The replay. I don't know that high score is exactly the right place to manage. I wrote some notes. Replay. Okay, that's right. Complete. So this right here is sort of the place where replay is going to write out a file which says, here's the latest replay. So before this point, this file says, here's the previous replay. So replay itself kind of needs to know about this. Update high scores. And this is the perfect place to update the high scores and delete unused replays. So replay kind of needs to know about high scores. Does high scores need to know about replay? So high score entry does. So who's responsible to let me think. Was that our final file? Okay. So replay. Because the high score entry needs to know about replay. High score manager doesn't, but high score manager includes the high score entry. So it's a circular dependency. We may have to forward declare some classes. I don't like doing that, but that's kind of what has to happen. We could play some slightly other games where I like to put all of the includes in the header file, but we could put the include in the implementation file or high score entry. So I really think this is the right place to do all of that work. Yes, stated dependencies. Who needs what when? All right, let's just hack together the beginnings of what we need here. Do we create a high score manager? Static rule is file a high score. So this is for this part. If the previous replay is not in the high scores, we can safely delete it. Delete replay. High score manager.jp. SDS. Hi, what am I building? I'm glad you asked. What I'm building is a small, simple game with no game engine. We are using our allowing ourselves 4 dependencies. So let's see, let's go to our shell. The last time I run here. I'm allowing myself these dependencies. So GLFW, the GL extension wrangler, OpenGL, then the 3 other are GL math, which I think we can get rid of in the next game. Free type for our font rendering. I want to get rid of it in the next game, but it is a heavy lift to do your own font rendering, so who knows. Port audio for my sound. Otherwise, we write every single line ourselves. The game is very small and simply scoped, so we don't get blown out with a 2-year-long project. So this is an homage to an older game. So if I go to the about, Wordbreaker by Bob Uscali in 1994. It was a Macintosh-only game. So we're using that to. So I'm not wasting all my time on game design and scope and changing things. It's a very simple game. You have a couple of different options: marathon mode, sprint mode, or golf mode. So in sprint mode, you try to deduce 6 words in a row as fast as you can. So you type in 5-letter words with no duplicate letters. and try to deduce the word from those, right? So if you guessed right that it was viola, then you get less guesses next round. I gave some tools for the deductions. Prime, lunch, codes. No, nothing there. Ultra, demon, waste, rhino, proud lines. So demon has no letters, proud has no letters, but LIS have to be in, so H has to be out, C is out, A is out, T is in. So we've got 4 of our 5 letters. So let's go with BD, logs, F or G. So all the letters that are not F and G are out. So this could be like this something. There we go. Ooh, it's not F. It is G. Guilts. There we go. That's kind of how the game works. Is this what I've already done, or is it a demo? Nope, this is everything I've done up to now. About 20,000 lines of game code, 19,000, 20,000 lines of game code. There are an awful lot more because I'm, on top of everything else, trying to statically link everything. So the executable is single standalone. I'm embedding all of my data in there. So my audio data, my images, all that's embedded in the executable. So there's a lot more lines of code than just the 20,000, but the 20,000 is what I consider usable code. So yeah, we've been working through it for the last almost 3 months now, but there's still more to do, right? We're working on saving replays and playing them back and managing high scores. I have some lower, obviously we need to update the art, right? The art needs help, definitely. Some cleanup work. Then the rest of it's basically like business work and optimization while we're waiting for the business stuff to happen. So yeah, my original estimate was about 3 months to 6 months of streaming should get it knocked out. And at 3 months left, or at just about the 3-month mark, these are the main items left open. So we're in pretty good shape, actually. My estimate was a lot better than I thought it would be. Of course, there are things down in this area that I don't have any idea how long they'll take, so they might eat up all of my 6 months. We'll see. Then release it on Steam, use what we wrote, and make a different game, polishing what we've got. By the time I've done about 2 of these, another homage game to something simpler. By the time we've got 2 of those done, it might be time for me to write my own game from my own design, which will probably be a color-based puzzler platformer, but I don't know. Yeah, 3 months for the full demo. Thanks. Yeah, so a few things I've tried to do with this project are keep track of everything I'm doing. So like I have a journal of everything I've done for the last 10 completed weeks. We're in week 11. Another thing I try to do is keep track of how much productivity I have. So I can do code metrics pi of that project. And I want the summary on the weekly basis. What? Oh. It won't get it because I have unchecked in get commits. So actually, if I go like this, I ran this a while ago. So I've keep track of lines of code, which kind of just tells you how big your code is. So when I started, I had about 10,000 started. Just I've been working on it on my own time previously. But since then, it's grown. Churn is the measure of lines added and removed. So on weeks where there's not much code growth, let's see here. There was a week where we removed lines. Here we go. Week 7, 8, we lost code. But that's because we were refactoring, right? So our total volume of code went down, but we were churning 2,000 lines of code a week, right? So I think churn is a better measurement of productivity, while volume tells you the size of your project, right? The bigger your project is, the harder it is to maintain. Yeah, Git doesn't give me the statistics in the way I want, so I wrote a little script that'll grind them out this way. We use Git for the diff, we use Git for the, to check out and get the lines of code. So it's just a nicer printout of my record. So yeah, we're churning about 2,000 lines of code per week most of the time. This week wasn't good. I was sick that week, so less time, wasn't very clear in my head. So yeah, this is what we're doing. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'm always happy to answer questions, whether on topic or off topic. And yeah, otherwise, no clue if meta lines reflects productivity. No, lines of code does not. That's why I added the churn measurement. So it's a better measure than lines of code, but I don't know if it's that much better. We're just measuring it. I figure if at the end of this we put up a plot and say, look how we did on these different metrics, we would at least know what it looks like. Because a lot of people have no idea how to measure code, and I am one of them, but nobody ever tries anything different than just, here's how many commits, here's how many lines of code. It's just not useful. So we're trying to find better metrics. So yeah, I'm trying to keep the size of the binary as small as possible. Trying to keep everything as fast as possible. So I think right now our frame rate in release mode was 2600. Let's see, in game, we're running around 2,000 frames per second, 2,300, 2,400. That's a result of some of that refactoring we did before. It is hard to measure it, and therefore you can't estimate it. Yeah, code estimates are garbage. So I figure until you start experimenting with it and actually trying things, you won't know. And since I have a script that gets me some of those metrics, I can always modify it to get different metrics. So yeah, that's basically the project. I'm a one-man band right now. I might hire one of my sister-in-laws to write some music. I will take a stab at doing better art, but honestly, I'm not an artist, so we'll see. Yeah, the draw calls are low. Yep. Yeah, I agree. But I guess the main reason is if I see that number dip to like 1,500 or something in real performance on release mode, I'd be like, whoa, I'm doing something inside of my update loop that's not healthy, right? I should be running at max frames. So, or if the draw calls is unrealistic, like this is a reasonable number for what we're drawing. Get some more things around here. Ultra Demon, Blaze Rhino, Crowd Lines. I mean, it's not that much, right? Small game, keeping it scoped, very, very small. So yeah, no, I'm not a musician. I play a little guitar. I'm gonna make my sister do the music. Then I'll try to do better art, but if it turns out like crap too, then. But yeah, other than those dependencies, I've written every single line myself. So pretty fun little project. I do have. A Discord channel if you want to get notifications when I go live. What's the pipeline of the drawers? Or you isn't at this state yet? Pipeline of the draw. I guess I'm not sure what the question means. There's the art asset pipeline where I draw a PNG, put it into a file, and then I have my own pipeline to get it embedded. So we have asset folders. So the images all live in here. Then there's a file here that says, here's what I want you to call it in the program when I ask for it. And here's the actual physical file on disk. And here is UV information if there is actual UV information I need to embed with it. So there's that pipeline, which goes into the image warehouse. Where's that source? Which is a big file. But it lets me get my data, my image data, UV data, and then here's the actual image data. All embedded in my code. This image has an awful lot of alpha channel stuff, so. Oh, my VA, yes, so. If this ever catches up, because this is a large file. Emacs is not great with large files. Sure, so each, let's see here, what's the thing? So I have like, let's put this one too. So go into source, we go to like texture, quad. All the magic happens inside a render, right? So we have the is dirty flag. Like, did you change the size or shape of the quad? Did you change the texture? Anyway, so it'll update the vertex buffer here. I wrote my own shader for it. So let's see, those would be in assets, which again are embedded. Shaders. This is the text quad. Oops. Texture vertex shader. And my texture fragment shader. So those are both compiled for me. So we bind the shader, we bind our texture into slot 0. Obviously the batch quad is much more complex, but set our texture ID and do our view projection matrix, which is dead simple because it's orthographic. Yeah. So this is basically my asset manager. Is a little bit spread. One of my rules of thumb is don't add any abstractions until you have to. So like textures are all managed in their own slice. I have the image warehouse, then I have a texture store that gets data from there, binds it to a texture, and manages that life cycle. But that's different from like the sound data. In fact, the sound data just has a warehouse, and everything points to that. There's nothing to load or interpret. It's raw binary data. Then what else? The shaders are all embedded as text, so yeah. So then why C++, why not C? I think C was almost perfect. I really do. Except for a few things. So C missed out in basically 3 major categories. One is function and operator overloading. One of my main issues with C, let's go to our scratch buffer here, is if I declare a struct, thing int a, b, c, right? And then I want to initialize it. I have to make a function like void init thing struct thing pointer to item, right? If I have another struct and I want to initialize it, I have to call it something else, right? Init other, which takes another object, right? Like this pattern, I don't like. I really wish I could just name all of it init, or free, or delete, or there are certain common things I really wish I could overload in C. So that's one of my major pet peeves. Another one is not proper module handling. The straight up text replacement You still call it constructor. Yeah, but I want the names to be short, but I don't want them to be obtuse. If I can call all the initialize functions initialize, that would be great. Another thing is no proper meta language at all. It's all text replacement, which is good enough in some areas, but it does lack a certain amount of power that would be great. Proper module handling. It's just a pound include header, just includes all the text of it. So what I do is I use C++, that is mostly C, but it uses a class structure, low inheritance levels. I don't use virtual inheritance very often. I use it a couple places. I don't use templates unless it's an actual container. In fact, I try to get rid of containers and just use asset pools, things like that. Struct star thing, arg sounds like the same thing. Yeah, exactly. So syntax-wise, I agree. But in C, I can't do, these have to have unique names. So it has to be init thing and init other. If they allowed function overloading, this would be perfect. And I would be fine with it. Struct other const char star. So yeah, what I usually do is like I use a lot of the C stuff, C strings, mem copy, all the lower level stuff there. And then I just slap everything inside of a class. Sometimes private, public is a good distinction to have. So yeah, it's fairly basic C++. Mostly it's C, with the subset of C++ that I approve of. Yep, works for me. I did go nuts. No, thanks. I appreciate the compliment. It turns out I can get a lot of work done if I don't have to go to meetings all day. That was kind of one of the things I quit my last job and I was like, I need a good project. So this is what we did in the last 3 months. Turned out pretty good so far. So where are we at? What do I do? Right now, I'm technically unemployed and just having fun with this. I needed a reset. I'm a software developer, 15 years or so. I've done, oh gosh, I've done Python, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, HTML, CSS. I've done robotics. I've done wireless sensor networks. I've done embedded systems, gumsticks and Raspberry Pi. I've also done bare microcontrollers like the Zilog. Yeah, I've done a bit of everything. At this point, I'm a bit of a generalist. So, but what's been driving me mad with my career was everybody keeps wanting to add more and more layers of abstraction that they don't understand, and I wanted to get deep down, dirty inside the bottom layers. So yeah, the game engine. Yeah, OS game engine. A lot of people do compilers in their free time, or another popular one is ray tracers. A lot of people do a ray tracer in their free time. So I'm doing a game engine and a compiler. Fridays is compilers day. I'm not saying any of this is the right way to do things, but like I wanted to learn this kind of thing. So yeah, then usually I just code stream of consciousness until somebody asks a question, then we dive into whatever topic people bring up. But just trying to keep it simple and only add abstractions when I need them. So what do you do there, Quisty? Yes? Oh, no, I'm okay. I'm pretty good. I just needed a break. Needed to do something on my own. Needed to do something more productive. Last job was a little bit brutal, but my brother-in-law and I have a plan, so we're both gonna set out to make tons of money. Tons of money. You're embedded. Okay. Are you talking like embedded Linux, or are you talking about like bare microcontrollers? this like Internet of Things type of applications, or gosh, there's so many things that use embedded code nowadays. STM32 ARM NXP Freescale. Okay. I think so. I'm not on my other account, but I was looking up a microcontroller that would give me 6 UARTs. I want to say the STM series did come up for me, but maybe I'm remembering the wrong number. That was a little while ago. M4. Okay. You sound pretty specialized, like you've done this for a while. It's one of the things that I tell a lot of people is software isn't engineering unless you can fully specify the entire system, which is basically at the microcontroller level, right? Once you're down at that level, nobody knows what's actually going on the machine. Too much. Yep. Well, welcome aboard. Hopefully you enjoy your stay here. Stay as long as you like. Come back, give a follow. My old streams, like if you want to see the development from where I started to where we are now, that's all on YouTube or Rumble. Yeah, it's actually come quite a long ways in 3 months. What we're doing right now is trying to get Replay and Highscores to play nice, because they both kind of overlap in they both require access to the replays. So get the last replay file, then we can ask the Highscore manager is file a high score. So previous replay, let's say. It's not Highscore manager delete. Replay, previous replay. So that's part 1, not implemented. And I think I have to take ownership of the previous replay. If you're in C++, why not use the advantage of guards, for example, for Fido star stuff? We do a lot of asserts and logging and such. I guess I don't know. Every layer of abstraction people add, I think, isn't always good. So I only add it when I need it. When I'm having a problem that I can't beat with good old log statements and checking file existence and that sort of thing. We check if a file's open, we check if it exists before we do things with it. void update Highscores from replay. So I think the rest of the magic needs to happen in here. Update Highscores. I think I just called it file name. Yeah, I've been closing it every time. Destructor close, and scope will handle the rest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've been dealing with pointers long enough. It's just like, I know when I open it, I close it. When I allocate it, I deallocate it. If I put it on a stack, I know it'll get cleaned up at the end. I don't think I need quite as, I don't think, let's see here. RAII and that sort of mentality isn't always great. You lose track of what's open, what's not. It leaves a lot more to the system to figure out. A lot of the times, I can just, I know what's happening, so I can just do it. And I think there's less overheads that way. It's not like a huge like religious thing. I just think there are different tools for different jobs. RAII and automatic destructor closing and things like that. It's just another tool. Sometimes you use them, sometimes you don't. And I've been in enough projects to see heavily object-oriented, RAII-oriented, dry, solid code blow up. I don't think it actually fixes much. And I defy anyone to actually find me a measurement or a study that can prove that it's X% more effective. They make claims, but I don't see measurements. Maybe it's just me becoming a curmudgeonly old man. Private project I am. Yes, exactly. Exactly. This is my sandbox, my playground. Yep. Which is fun. I'm actually really liked not having to worry about what other people think of my code. So let's see, what was I doing here? RAII is good, especially for files as guards. Personal opinion. Okay, so RAII has its place. Agreed. But a lot of times, especially in like game development, I want to allocate a huge pool of things, and I don't want to allocate any of it or initialize any of it until I've requested that resource. In which case, requesting the resource is not the same thing as initialization. Because I don't want to. I want to basically initialize it when I want that piece, not initialize the whole pool all at once. Arena allocator, yeah, exactly. So, in which case you're running a constructor which does nothing, but is still called. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, RAII is great in a lot of cases. In fact, I use it quite consistently in my projects, just like a replay does, set up and tear down certain things for me. Here, like I said, the destructor, I let the replay close its own file. I'll let it delete its own buffer. I'm not opposed to it, just it's not my 100% must put everything in the constructor or destructor. It's bit me once or twice, but not as often, not about the same amount as if I put everything in constructor and destructor. I don't see a huge difference in scale in my human error. Sometimes it would have caught it, sometimes it wouldn't have caught it. Calculate Highscores. Given this. Made a simplified churn script in Python, then told AI to do the same. Yeah. Yep. Good old AI. Very fun. Fun to see what comes out. It's kind of like watching a 2-year-old try to talk. It's those broken sentences, unclear ideas, contradictory grammar. All very fun. Yeah. Throw it in the Discord. It'll be hilarious. What then is a high score entry? Initialize with our replay. And this is where we have to change things back a little bit. AI is cool, funny too. Yes, Pat's been he's tried to write an interpreted language using AI. He sent some of the code snippets in the Discord. Pretty funny, good stuff. Yeah, templating everything. Anytime you start saying std any when there's a list of 5 things, it's like, wow. Could have done that a lot simpler. I mean, tag union is oftentimes much more efficient than a variant data type, so fun times. Kuna might go 2 if I had a bad day, yeah. Yep. But it has all of GitHub to learn from, and that's what it turns out. I hear the occasional person agreeing with me about AI. I think that in the next few years, I don't know how long it'll take, I think venture capitalists are going to be very, very sad at the lack of return on their money. I think they spent billions of dollars on data centers and processing plants, and most people, I think, assume and are led to believe that it's an exponential growth. You add more data, it gets that much better exponentially. I think it's a logarithmic curve, and I think we're near the knee bend. So the question is, we've trained AIs on basically the whole internet. So where are you going to get your next order of magnitude of data to double its effectiveness? Like Kuna, I don't think it's a wizard. They have their own set of data. Also, it's unsecured. Yeah. Don't start on AI topic. We are here to rant. That's what we do around here. Go for it. I have a mini lecture I haven't actually written yet. I've spoken about it in bits and pieces, but I've already titled it why LLMs won't replace me as a programmer. I had it with a guy that was a very AI evangelist type. I think I convinced him in the end. He sent me an article. He's like, oh, look what AI can do. And I pointed out it was doing exactly what I thought it was doing. And then he was like, oh, yeah, I guess so. I don't think I crushed his hopes and dreams, but he didn't have a good comeback from it. Needs so much human guidance and evaluation, and it can't come up with its own criteria. It can't explain its reasonings. Yep. LLMs are not the path. They may be the interface to whatever we come up with that's better, but that's basically all it's good for. Input and output. Doesn't understand, doesn't do a good job of that sort of thing. Okay, so we have to get a high score entry. We're going to initialize it with a replay. Oh, wait. We don't want to do it that way, do we? We want to load the latest replay. Finish running, done. Then pick the scores. We don't even need to pass anything in because we can get the latest replay file here. Let's just do this char star. This replay file equals, wow, there we go. Equals this, initialize the latest thing, delete the latest thing, that's failure to type. LLMs have their place. It's good to peek most common answers from a dataset. Fancy search tool. Yeah, but then people were asking Google, like, how do you get the cheese to stay on your pizza? And it's telling you to use glue. So obviously it's missing some critical thinking skills. Fancy search tool. Yeah, but I don't like its results. Like, I liked it better when Google just put the top result at the top. And that was before they started selling advertising space at the top. Maybe I'm too old. It was really nice that the top 3 hits always contained my answer. And now I have to scroll down half a page. Yep, no thinking skills. All it can do is predict what a human would have said. That's all. What would a human might have done given all of the things I've seen? It's a parrot. Yeah, that's basically what my talk boils down to. It's a dot product of a large matrix. Yeah, exactly. A probabilistic fuzzy matrix, but that's all it really is. Yep. Actually, a lot of people are very, very excited about the modern AI, and I'm like, actually, the basic concepts of the AI have remained more or less unchanged since the 50s and 60s. Like, all of the groundwork, the math, was done there. Since then, all they've done is kind of change the way the network is laid out, but it's still the same thing. Like I said, it's still a large matrix. It's still a dot product. It's still back propagation. They've added a couple of bells and whistles to it, but the fundamental of AI has remained unchanged since then. But what has changed is the size of our data sets and our amount of computational power, right? But the fundamental AI technology is basically still the same. Yep. Okay, so let's see here. We want to do. What am I doing here? Move is in stdio. Good. Let's put this in global, actually. We're already doing like file naming stuff. Void remove file const char star path. Putting our global namespace. Which already has stdio, so. Yeah, does file exist? Remove it. Easy. Now it's a safe remove option. Remove file. But like you said, it's still amusing. That was a long PI. Let's see here. I may be too old to understand all the acronyms. I know pi out to a few digits, but that's not what I think you meant. Unless it was what you meant, in which case, non sequitur, but acceptable. It's file a high score, so that one's actually going to have some meat to it later. This one, if entry.is candidate, which we should change back for now, high score entry dot is candidate. We want to actually see that this game was a win before we start. Good thinking. Do the work. Let's make something useful. High score manager dot update high scores. Maybe. Otherwise, there really isn't anything to do if you're not a candidate. Nope. Let's just check and see if our flow is working. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. High score manager. There's something high scores. Try. Undefined reference. That's because we aren't building it yet. Okay. I'm going to take a small restroom break and then we'll get back into this. So, just hang on to your hats for a minute and I'll be back. Okay. And we're back. So here's what we're doing. We didn't actually compile the Highscore manager, so Highscore entry manager 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so the replay is not that. We create an entry, we get the last file, initialize our entry, leave our file name. We could even log our entry just to have it there. I do wonder why. So in theory, if we play a game, oh, interesting. Proud lines, LAZD, true demon, so there's no CHI or S. T or A, so therefore L has to be in, and A and E actually. No T. No M. N has to be in. ED. Logs. It's FG. It is G. Galen, login, lane G, A-leg. Oh no, I couldn't figure out surrender angle. Okay. Go back. Quit. So let's see what happens here. Update Highscores. Nope. Okay, so our Highscore entry. We do not specify a player yet. That's fine. There's the file. There's the timestamp. Our results. This is a time in sprint mode in milliseconds. So that's 79.155 seconds. We did lose. Therefore, it is a valid replay, but it is not a candidate for Highscores. So we don't have to update the Highscores. So all that logic is working. We did delete replay. Let me see if that one, 17, 24, 25. 17, 24, 25. It is gone. That replay has been removed from my system. Oops. So we should keep 0416 around. Delete those. I should now never have more than one replay in that folder at a time. Awesome. Yes, Angel, I know. I was just trying to finish up something real quick so that we'd have a replay with things in it, but not, I wasn't trying to win. Angel or angle. It's like clicking on those deduction letters and having them swap. That's part of the replay. Basically every actionable user input. So if we wanted to go look at that replay right now, we could and see every single action I took in that 79.155 seconds. Okay, so part one of my plans are working. Highscore manager. Yeah, I figure, build this for PC, throw it on Steam, see if anybody buys it. Hopefully that keeps me from burning through all of my life savings while I make a second game. Oh yeah, now we're gonna lie about is candidate. So high score manager, or not high score manager, replay is candidate. I'm not playing through a whole game to make it. Not replay. What am I doing? Let's see, high score entry is candidate. You serialize the data or the FFmpeg. Oh yeah, so we haven't talked about the replay system. So a replay can start up in two modes. You can initialize it in record mode, and it'll start things. It'll say, hey, what time did we start? It'll create a file name for us so that we can write to it. Declare our header size. It does, where's the playback size? Should be in here. I think it's already set elsewhere, but might as well do that. And then we have a playback buffer. Is that null? Well, when we initialize it, for playback equals, let's load that buffer. Hold on. I forgot what I called it. Oh, I called it buffer. Very clever of me. Anyways, we have 1 kilobyte of data. So every time we do something in the game scene, it adds an event which takes a variable number of arguments, and depending on what the opcode is, it gets the argument. It then adds that argument to the replay and the opcode. So the opcode is added to the replay here. If it's a 1 byte opcode, then it adds the argument to the replay, and then it actually does the action. So later on, when we come back and we're like, hey, let's do the replay, we will have the opcode and the arguments straight out of the replay and just pop them into this function. So this function plays both sides of the replay and the playback. It's all binary packed. So let's see here. Actually, let's look at the last file we did. So this file is 79 seconds worth of data, including game configuration, setup, what time we started, the settings they used when they were playing, and all the actions they took. So one thing we can do, let's go to Highscore Manager. That's as good a place as any. Highscore entry, where's the log? We can do m underscore replay. Oh wait. It's the init function I want. This one. Create a replay. Replay.log. And we'll do the verbose version. So it logs out every action. I can add an undo feature, but I will not add it to the gameplay. I will probably add a rewind to the replay, to the playback, but so if we go play, let me just play out a word here real quick. Prime lunch, ultra, vegan, laced, rhino, proud lines. And then since these three words have 15 unique characters and they all add up to 5, right? 2, 2, and 1. Everything not in these 3 words is out. We actually have enough information. We can probably, so we're going to copy. So these are notebooks to have different deduction spaces. So we're going to copy notebook 1 into 2, 3, 4. Then in book 2, we're going to take proud, and we're going to analyze it looking for contradiction. So PO, not D. P not O, D, and not P, O, D. So over here, we're just looking for contradictions caused by this. So S would have to be in, and I don't see any major contradictions there. C or E doesn't tell me much. So let's go to the next workspace. S would have to be in. These would have to be out. N or H, so I has to be in, which means M is out, which means N would have to be in, and there's not enough for demons. So this is our contradiction. That one goes away. C and E go away. I and S, which causes a contradiction here. So O and P are definitely in, as is S. So it'd be like BE. So the E is in, C is out. I and M are out. So N is in, H is out. Opens. Ooh. Nose up. Homes. Ooh, oh dear, notes. Spone is not a word, apparently. Peons. There we go, that's a good word. Okay, so we have our replay. We're gonna surrender, quit. Now you can see the timestamp of every action we took. Like, so this is what we've got when we fully interpreted it. 170 different user events. It took us 151 seconds and a half. Sprint mode. This person did play with animations. 170 events. So there's our 151 and a half seconds until we gave up. Now, we lost, so this shouldn't be a candidate for Highscores, but we've overrode that. So there you go. That's sort of an overview of what we're doing. So yeah, we pump in data. When the buffer's full, we flush it to the file using an append. File append. You know, it's probably a good 70 seconds per buffer flush, so it's not that expensive an operation. It's better than keeping the file open all the time, I think. Yeah. Well, which brings us back to. Okay, there we go. And sure enough, this file is the only one still in here, so it's reading the old one correctly. So that's good news. So Highscore Manager is starting to do its job. So this nope is not interesting. Dead branch. Okay. So we have 3 different modes. Each one will be allowed 10 Highscores. So we need to say Highscore Manager privately static void load Highscores file, and we want a game context. Back. We're going to take a game context play mode, because you'll have a different set of Highscores per game mode. Okay. Yeah, is file a high score is also going to have to call this. So what we need is a static array of high score. Let's see here. Static constant max high scores equals 10. For entry of max high scores. Static bool, static member are high scores loaded. Static game context play mode. It's underscore loaded high scores mode. When you start up, they are definitely not loaded. And this can be anything. It doesn't really matter because we haven't loaded anything. Play mode, marathon. Okay. We don't need that yet. This high score can just be overwritten. Oh, the other thing we need, actually. S underscore high score count. Yeesh. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's say we're 0. These will become true. And our play mode will be loaded. However, if our modes are equivalent, and if we have loaded a file, if it's loaded, and if they're the same mode, then we don't have to do anything. So we only want to do something. That's not true. Okay. Now we need to read a file. So I need a file name. Google get app file name. Guess it's not text. We need a high score. So word sleuth high score. Static const char star character array of extension. Equals word sleuth Highscores file. Then we need a thing. Which will be game context, play mode, name. Of course, it's not going to capitalize it right. Okay, that's not a good copy paste. Static S. Okay, good. We can do it elsewhere. Global. If there does file exist. Just file name. Highscore file name. If it does exist, we do things. Okay, so if they are loaded, and if we're in the same mode, we do nothing. Otherwise, we set our mode, we say we have loaded something, we set it to 0. We're going to read that whole file. Yes. Populate these from that file, which we only have part of. It doesn't exist right now, so. Maximum price. So how do I want to do this? Yeah, eventually we might wrap up file handling into something a little more convenient, but yeah. So let's go read a binary file, which is similar to what we're doing in replay load. Basically that. Close. We're going to read it all into a buffer. Make sure the buffer is the same size as what we were predicting. Okay. int offset equals 0 while offset is less than count x equals 0, and actually, let's see, what's it called? Highscore count. This one. And highscore count less than max highscores. We're going to do something for offset plus equals a highscore entry array of entries. That's what I meant. Highscore manager s underscore entries that are in that are highscore count dot init from our buffer plus our offset given our mode. Boom. And we can make this a one layer. So why not? That's what C does, right? Or we could break it up a little bit. You need to set high score on load, otherwise a blunder will happen. High score on load. I mean, this thing? It should be fine. It has an empty constructor. We'll only access it if things are loaded, and we can only access it up to the count. So uninitialized strange values should be fine. Should be fine. If not, we can put an initialize function and initialize it in our application level. I guess that's that, actually. Okay, so if we load a Highscores file, load Highscores file, given our entry.get dot play node, Highscore entry.hpp. We are not exposing that. We are capturing it, but we are not exposing it. I thought we... Nope, I guess we're not. Okay. Play mode. Result. Assert that we are in invalid state before we return underscore mode. Highscores file. Okay. This one, as I said, will also load the Highscores file. Oh. Given the entry mode, don't really want to load a whole replay here. We can. I mean, it doesn't cost us that much. Replay, initialize, in, replay mode, or playback. We're not recording anything. Replay dot load. File in. Replay. This is where consistency is not my forte. Call it play mode. Sheesh. Okay. Highscore entry is declared. To different Highscore entries, right? Typo. Related to something else going on. Semicolon. Oops. Kind of assignment. Windows 8 RTM. Hello, this looks cool. Hey, thanks. Private. Okay. Thanks. Hopefully you're having fun. Welcome to the chat. Let me know if you have any questions. I just gave the rundown not too long ago, but if you need another rundown, I am happy to do it. Actually, you know, Quisty's just got through the whole run through. I'll bet he could give it in the chat. Yeah, welcome aboard. For those who are interested, I do have a Discord channel, so you get notifications when I go live. There may be some yeah, basically it's when I go live, but there are some conversations that happen in there where I post interesting tidbits or like notes from our chats here. Yeah, so game with no engine, 4 dependencies. It's a very small, limited game. It's a copy of like a 1994 Macintosh game I played when I was a youth. That keeps the scope nice and constrained, so I can basically focus on the technology part of this game. The next one, after we finish this game, put it up on Steam, we'll build a second game, kind of similar, you know, narrow in scope, copy of an old game, just to polish and get everything smoother. Maybe by game 3, we'll really do something unique and interesting. So, yeah, if you have any questions about anything, let me know. Otherwise, I just kind of stream of consciousness while I code until somebody asks a question. Yeah, if you need more details about the breakdown, I'm always happy to clarify, answer, whether it's related to the topic or not. It's all good. Lame-o is indeed not really a thing. I fingered that one. File name does not exist. I agree. Bro, my phone's at 3%. Uh-oh. Well, welcome aboard. Glad you could visit. Hopefully you drop back in. We're probably going for another 45 minutes, so... Yeah, phone battery life. It's a thing. Okay. I'm okay with this being private. I just don't understand why high score entry doesn't name a type. Do a full up clean. High score is private in class. Class is public. The constructor is public. I feel like I'm getting a streamer brain right now. It's like, this should be obvious, this should be easy, so why am I missing something obvious? High score manager. High score entry. Oh, wait. You know, we could just do this for now. Use variable, that's fine. High score is private in class. The max count is private. Oh gosh, okay. That should be fine. I've done that before. It should work, but we can... Score manager max high scores. Undefined reference. Okay. Loaded. High scores mode is not defined. I can only properly scope things. There we go. Offset. And come back. There we go. Oof. Yeah, I didn't scope it in the CPP file. Now that, I would argue that the error message was misleading. It said that the data type in the header file is undefined. But let's do this. Let's do... After we load it, technically, let's just log it. Although this doesn't do anything yet anyway, so that's fine. What we're going to load is going to be empty because there's no file. So this number will be 0. It does not exist. Yeah. Yeah. Logged out red modulus D entries. Highscore manager S underscore highscore count. Okay. All static there. Highscore class to namespace. It's all static. Yeah. I guess I haven't decided whether I like pure static or namespace only better. I like either one better than singletons. I've mostly, throughout my career, done just static classes. Probably because I've done different languages, like where namespace isn't always an option. So I just made it a static class, and that was the linguistic equivalent. But that means I didn't necessarily use namespaces in C++ where I could. I don't know. I don't have strong feelings about it either way. Okay, so if we play, get some things, let's go ahead and cheat. And then quit. See what we got. Update high scores. This is our high score entry for this most recent file. 171040 confirmed. 66 seconds worth. No. Yeah, 66.8 seconds worth. Game time. So it did not load a thing. Oh. If high scores are loaded and the modes are the same, but loaded should be false initially. It's loading high scores file right there. Sprint word sleuth high scores. It read 0 entries. There we are. That's where it went. So now we can implement this piece. For int index equals 0, index less than m high scores manager s underscore high score count plus index if high score manager s underscore entries at the index is equal to oh wait, so this, where's the high score entry? Yeah, we just want this. I want to create a temporary entry given this file name. high score entry passcode entry. Wow. Why? There we go. Mode. Oh, it must be getting closer to the end of the day. No, it's not. It's an unnecessary V table. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I guess in my brain, I only think V table when I start thinking virtual functions. But since you worded it that way, it's like, yeah, maybe a namespace is the right way to go. Maybe I need to go find all my static classes and go namespace them all. That's fair. Well, at this point in this class, that is about the easiest thing we can do. Namespace. Not really sure we need to expose that extension. High score manager. Oops. I'm not coming back around the horn, I guess. Take our entries. Take our max high scores. Which means we need to declare our max high scores here. Const int max high scores equals 10. Boolean. Remove all the S underscores. Loaded high scores mode. Extension. Place all of those. What else do we need to do? We need to replace S underscore with nothing. Then indent. Where we were typing here, so this entries equals entry, and this equivalency literally just checks that the replay files are identical. Return true. Otherwise, return false. Okay, so that's better. And then close out the namespace. So you can just see how this looks. Let's do a full clean. We just restructured everything. Force a rebuild. Oh, yep, I've got some things left still that are unhappy. Oh, extra. Can't have the extra semicolons. That's just terrible. I do not have to declare static anymore. Okay, let's see what else we got here. You already addressed that. Why does it keep bringing it up? Okay. Condition. Okay. load Highscores file. I kind of want to keep the usable public ones up here. We'll just forward declare it C with fat fingered something. Close the namespace. Oh, sorry. You can add at the end of the HPP if something uses Highscore func and if this way you can use it with or without the namespace. Oh, yeah. Okay. It doesn't really need to be declared static, though. I think what we've got is acceptable for now. Okay, so we just test it again real quick. Ooh, interesting word. No rhino. We're not proud. LACE. No M. So we need a T or an S, but it has to be the S. So laces it is. Okay. Surrender and quit. So go to the refiles, delete replay. Because is file a high score actually now returns a value. Is file a high score? And then it deleted it. So that works as advertised so far. Which now brings us into update Highscores. If it's a candidate, load all the Highscores, which there aren't any. And here's where we actually update things. Okay. If Highscore count colon bracket, let's see here. Highscore manager. Oh. Switch somewhere? I do. Oh, because of this. Okay, let's be silly about this. So click over here to this guy. There we go. So you don't want semicolon there. That makes sense. Complain with space doesn't need a semicolon, I think. C++ namespace semicolon. I don't think it does. Semicolon is not required after a namespace declaration. It doesn't matter if it's nested anyways, so yeah, namespace doesn't need a semicolon. Okay, anyway, whatever. It's compiling and runs. Update Highscores. If Highscore count is less than max Highscores, add Highscore. Otherwise, we have to do some fancy figuring. Where are we at? 523. Okay. We're getting close. We're getting close. Like I said, this high score thing is like file management and whatnot, so, and it's like an intersection between replay and high scores. So we are going to probably take today and tomorrow to do that, leaving Friday for Compilers Day. We're in the tokenizer generator phase. It's kind of a fun one. Not that it's necessary, but I like that kind of state machine problem. It's kind of fun. Tokenizers themselves are not hard. What I'm doing is unnecessary, but I find it amusing. Okay, so we're going to add a high score. Otherwise, we don't have a function for that. I don't want that public either, so we're just going to come down. No. Add a high score. Const. High score entry. Entry. We don't really want to copy or copy construct anything right here yet. Maybe not at all. Log note. Add high score entry.log. Otherwise things get hairy. Add a high score. Dumped it out. I have a couple of options here. All we have to do, if we're full of high scores, we can check the last high score and see if this one is better than that one. If entry is less than, oh no, I called it something better. High score entry is better our current entry or entries sub x whatever minus 1. If it's better than the last one, to do delete the file for the last one. To do put this one in the list, copy last entry. While it is better than its neighbor, swap. So we're doing a sorted insert, basically a bubble sort, because this is a small list and it will always be sorted. So the performance of this does not require any kind of, in fact, the performance of like a sorted Q sort will estimate. Otherwise, you can scan the whole array when it's only 10 things. Yeah, but I think it's unnecessary. Unnecessary bookkeeping to. I'm going to end up moving all of them down anyways, so I might as well just do it piecemeal in like a bubble sort. It's a single bubble sort operation. Anything else requires more bookkeeping, more setup. If you look at small, mostly sorted sets, bubble sort is far, far faster than almost anything else. It's only when you start scaling that it becomes a problem. And since I'm capped at 10, even if I went 20, like I think this is probably faster than any other sort. So in this case, binary search, I still would have to bump all the other ones down. It's part of this operation anyway. So entries whatever minus 1 dot high score entry dot Do I just call it file? Replay file. Replay file. And on the right side of the array, you need to rearrange a simple mem copy of add after in place till last one minus one, 2 ops. Yeah. Do I want to do a mem copy though? I could. Yeah. We haven't implemented anything, so it can go either way. Let's go to, we still have to delete this one. So, global remove file, this one. We have to delete the save file that goes with this one. So that's done. So if it's better than the worst, we delete that file that it points to. Otherwise, we can find an index. So for int index equals 0, index less than. Yeah, the mem copy is probably going to be a little bit more efficient. I mean, honestly, this is once per game, so efficiency is not my prime key. For this one, it's not a per frame thing, but yeah. I'm overly efficient in some places for sure. In other places, I'm definitely too lazy to do it, so I can't say I'm consistent on that. X Highscores minus 1 index greater than or equal to 0 minus index. Let's just flip this around. If this is entry better at index, it's not better than index. So it's not better than the worst one. So if index equals max Highscores minus 1, if we're at the last entry and we're not better than that, we do nothing. So if we do nothing with this, if we have moved off that last one, then we can remove the last one. Then we can do a mem copy from entries at index plus 1. Entries index plus 2. Let's see what would happen if you have a set of 100, 100, 100 in that case, and the same result was achieved multiple times. So what would happen is if we do the is better function, Highscore entry is better. First of all, if the results are equivalent, it then compares the timestamp on the 2 files, on the 2 replays. So he who got there first is better. Otherwise, if they're not equivalent, then in marathon mode, you want the highest score, and that's the most number of words guessed. In sprint and golf, it's the lowest number. You want a low time or you want a low number of guesses. Sprint mode requires you to do 6 words. Golf mode requires you to complete 9 words. Marathon, you can go as long as you want. Just bigger number. So if they're equal, we compare on timestamp. If you have the equivalent result and an equivalent timestamp down to the millisecond, not timestamp. Well, yeah, timestamp is when you started the game. So if those are both equivalent, then the real question is, aren't they just pointing to the same file probably? But I imagine most people are not going to try and hack the files away to make everything equivalent and equivalent. So here we are. We found an entry we are not better than. Remove the last file. Then we're going to memcopy not the file that we're worse than, but the last file that we were better than, over 1. It needs to be size of Highscore entry times the number of indices we're removing. So if we're at that's Highscores minus 1. Let's see. We have 10. We're at index 9. We go back to index 8. There's nothing to actually copy. Okay, so index is less than max Highscores minus 2. We do a thing which involves this memory copy. Otherwise, we don't have to do an otherwise. We don't have to preserve that last entry, so just delete it. We're going to memcopy over this one. Entries plus index plus 1. The address of our temporary entry, the size of our. So that's copying the entry there. This one is the shift of all the things back one if we have to. Max Highscore minus index. Yeah, so let's see here. Size of thing minus index. It's always an off by 1 thing for me, so I have to think about this. If we're at 7, let's see, let's draw a picture. Pictures, I like pictures. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. So if we are at, let's do this in a scratch buffer. That's what scratch buffers are for. Thinking. We started index 9, move back to 8. If 8 is better than our temporary, we don't have to do anything. We just delete the file here and then copy our new temporary into 9. I think that's captured here and here. So what changes is if we can make it all the way back to 7. And this one. Oh, this one. There we go. We need to copy 8 over 9. So 10 minus 8. I need to copy 1. So it's max minus 1 minus index plus 1. So if it's 10 minus 7, that's actually 3. So I need to subtract 2. Right? Max equals 10. For its index 7 when we need to insert it 8. We're going to copy 8 to 9, which is one chunk, so max. So max minus index plus 2. 10 minus 7 plus 2 is 9. So we went all the way to 4. 10 minus 4 is 6. 10 minus 6 is 4. So copy 5, 6, 7, 8. Copy 4 entries over 6, 7, 8, 9. I think this is it. Max minus index plus 2 for getting the size. Minus the thing. This is getting a little bit long. Minus index plus 2. Because index points at the first one we don't want to touch. And we have to take away one more for the index off by 1 errors. I think that's it. If not, we will shortly find out. Okay. So where are we at here? I want to insert high score. I don't like that. Let's do this. Insert high score. Break. Wait a second. Let me change this up a bit. Int index. I don't think I have to do this. I don't think it's this. I think it is entry count. Whatever that's called. What's this entry counting? I have high score count. Okay. If high score count is 0, insert high score entry at 0. Otherwise, do that. Start at the rearmost high score. Insert high score. High score count plus equal plus plus. If high score count greater than max, count it. Okay. Index is greater than high score count minus 1. High score count minus 2. High score count is big enough, we remove the file. Otherwise, we mem copy things backwards. Where it needs to go. Then we insert our new entry. Okay, am I missing anything obvious? Oops. Wasn't paying attention. Increment and clam. Remove worst one. Copy those worst back. Copy new entry into place. There we go. What are the odds we got that right on the first try? Highly dubious, in my opinion. Index is less than high score count minus 1. So if our high score count is 0, we're coming with a 0. Oh, the break doesn't matter here anyways. Index. This index should be minus 1. This is take index. It's going to be more like this. Oof, okay. Okay. We insert at 0, or we insert where we find our place. It will take a little bit while to figure out if it's filling up properly or not, but here we go. Writing to an object of non-trivially copyable type. See, they want me to use copy constructors. What do you mean not trivially copyable? Oh. Yeah, they're right. This is not trivially copyable. Shoot. Okay, well, I've got to wrap it up here soon. Here's the problem. We have pointers to text buffers that we allocate dynamically. So a memcopy will just copy that address, and when this destructs and destroys those values, then we are sad. So we can't memcopy. No memcopies. We can still do the shuffle though, and that's not too bad. We just call operator equals alternatively, we could make those be not dynamic string lengths. It would have to be a maximum string length. Then you could do a min copy, but okay, timestamp is easy. Result is easy. Load is easy. Speed and validity are easy. These are less easy. Impossible equals standard or not underscore player name. Third copy underscore player name. Underscore player name. If other dot underscore player name not equal to null, then you copy If other dot replay file not equal. Now we have a copy constructor, Highscore manager. File here for int Highscore count plus x. Entries sub index plus 1 equals entries at index. Entries at indexes equals entry. Increment thing. Okay. Okay. That's for entry. Replay file. Oof. Okay. Now, there's no way this is going to be pretty. And it doesn't save it anyways. Actually, we can still look at it. Highscore, manager, insert Highscore. So after this, int index equals 0. Let's hear it. Highscores, which there are, Highscore count. Entries sub index equals dot log. And since this is never actually saved, it'll never update, so. Highscores, new Highscores. This is not saved to a file, so it won't persist between runs, but we just want to see that it's inserting something into the empty list here. Let's go, play. doing things. Cheat. Submit. Surrender. And exit. Okay, so old high scores, there was 0. We added a high score and there was 0. Add a high score into index 0, this thing. Now we have a new high score of 1, which is this thing, basically. Okay, yeah, so that worked exactly as planned. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna output high scores to files so that when we actually try to load, we're getting actual data. And yeah, I think we're really close to having high scores working. And then once that's done, we just whip up the high score scene to display the high scores. We also need to get player name. We're not currently getting player name. So that's the thing we will have to do. But overall, not bad. So thanks for coming. Let's the journal and update it and get our stuff committed. High score manager partly implemented. Flow around gameplay is almost complete. Need to save out files and test, verify the whole system end to end. That'll be kind of tomorrow's thing. Okay, so we're gonna save the work there. Things left in an intermediate state for now. Just so we don't pop up and think we're gonna use it tomorrow. So get status, get add everything. Commit FM high score manager just about ready for use. Needs to write files. Okay, that's it. Yep, thanks for everybody dropping in. Thanks for the chats. Thanks for your questions and your comments. We will see you tomorrow where we will get a wrap up on the high scores, hopefully. Have a wonderful evening and talk to you later. Bye-bye.